Here it is. Today's surprise and change of pace. We're back on Minecraft. The bigger surprise, perhaps, should be down in the bottom left corner here. We're on Legacy Minecraft. Kind of a good ways back. This is before the offhand existed. And a lot of other things. The reason I've gone this far back into the past is because this specific version is where one of the best mods ever written lives. There was going to be an update to it, to version 1.10.2, but that never happened. And before it was completed, for reasons unclear to me, the developer quit modding altogether, very suddenly. They're still alive and well, so I've heard. They're just very gone, and much like the Dr. Steele of cult music fame, don't want anyone trying to contact them. That developer was Emonif. And if that name sounds familiar, they're also responsible for Witchery, one of the biggest mods ever written. The mod showcase of this stream is Intangible. Which, as I said, only exists here on 1.8.9. So it's kind of difficult to build a pack around, because 1.8.9 was largely forgotten by the rest of the development community. So while we do have a tech mod in play and can therefore double ores and such, it's very different from other well-known tech mods, and I think also may only exist on this version of Minecraft. Hello, pig. There'll be a time for you. This is so far back that I think our inventory list mod on the right here is still the original Not Enough Items, and not any of its successors. Minecraft mods, especially mods that deal with progression, power, and things the player can craft, rather than, say, mods that introduce creatures or dimensions. Any Minecraft technology mod comes in, I believe, two basic flavors. The kind that are gated behind some other progression point, and the kind that introduce new progression points before, to make the existing Minecraft gameplay that much longer. Intangible and Neotech, our technology mod, are of the first category, so gameplay will be basically vanilla until I acquire things like iron, redstone, and other basic staples. Lilacs serve no purpose in this pack. nice hill-looking place out of the dark forest would be nice to have. That looks like a nice plain to build on. We will need some space for later endeavors and expansion. I mean, a lot of space. Somewhere for us to live, and then somewhere to build an artificial village. Or two. But that's a later concern. Just have to make sure that we have the space for it in the now. And this is plenty of space for everything I could conceivably require. We have the old Minecraft achievement system. We open inventory, mine a tree, craft a workbench, and craft all 3 tools, and none of the achievements do anything. I also have no other achievement tabs, which is kind of surprising. I thought some of these other mods had their own achievement structures. Apparently not. So, whether or not you know Minecraft, the first step is always the wooden pickaxe. The wooden pickaxe is inescapable. The only mods that don't use the wooden pickaxe, or don't require the wooden pickaxe, instead require something worse. We use our wooden pickaxe to acquire our first stone. This is also, I think around the time andesite was introduced, along with diorite and granite. At least introduced in the base game. Alternate stone types had been a part of modded Minecraft for a long time earlier. Core Minecraft, vanilla Minecraft, so to speak, has always been stealing ideas from modders. You think they came up with the horse on their own? How long did modded players have access to copper before it joined the main game? I think the last truly original thing that Minecraft came up with all by itself was redstone. So now with cobblestone, we have the stone pick. We also arguably should make a couple of other wooden tools, just to get those achievements squared away. And a stone axe, because the stone axe is actually useful. Basic cobblestone axe finally knocks down trees faster than doing it by hand. Making a wooden axe does not, and never has. So now we have a fine starting selection of wood, a small amount of map revealed, and need to start thinking about where to cut in and begin truly digging. Also on the to-do list, food. Food can be a bit of a struggle early on if you don't specifically focus on it. A lot of chickens around here. A lot of chickens. I don't think I've gotten this many eggs before nightfall. Already seeing our first zombies. We're over there somewhere. You can kind of see his color scheme if you're in the know. I think this will have to be where we sink our first mine shaft. Need to have a door here, so I'll just leave those as markers. Oh, this is not back before doors had wood types. So I want to be able to see outside. It will have to specifically be an oak door. Ah, visibility. West-facing visibility. Not all that helpful. Three furnaces is my usual opener. Burning your starting pickaxe before it completely breaks gets you one piece of charcoal. which, while I won't call it a good way to be miserly with your resources, it's at least a tiny little life hack. The prepared miner begins life with a lot of chests. The prepared miner also knows that one piece of charcoal will cook 8 items, so always furnace in multiples of 8, or you're wasting fuel. Apps have any special use? Not outside the special use they previously have. This also, you could make notch apples back in the day. They were expensive, but you could do it. Now we have our absolute most basic starting equipment. Some more stone picks for good measure, because these break easy. And the wooden hoe can wait. It's going to be of no use to us. At least not until we get iron. There we go. I was wondering which key that was on. I have an overlay that reveals the light level of squares. If the number is red, then the light level is low enough that a monster could spawn there. This is, of course, very bad if it's in your base. I also have a habit of building my mining staircases 5 blocks high. This specific number have 3 chests. I'm expecting to have 4. Usually I start with 4 chests. 3 is different. But the reason I have these specifically 5 blocks high is so there's enough room to install stair blocks later without smashing my face into the ceiling as I walk down. If you cut your stairways the bare minimum amount of height it takes to walk to fit your character down, then you will lose speed by repeatedly banging your head on the way down. Four and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and down we go. To stretch out torches as much as possible, I like to place lighting when it says 4 or 3. That way the border between torches remains at apparently light level 11. Maybe it's because of that one. I don't know, they could be stretched thinner, but then you start noticing the dark spots. Yeah, I guess it stays at a consistent light level 11. I've never really looked at that before. The border between being able to spawn and not being able to spawn is 7. Light level 8 is the bare minimum that will still protect you. Once you go to light level 7, spawning can occur. There are other rules about mob spawning, based on distance from the player. Which basically means that, barring some certain modded circumstances, a mob cannot spawn right next to you, even if it's dark enough for them to do so. Actually, shouldn't. That's not entirely accurate. I should say under normal circumstances. Abnormal circumstances include vanilla mob spawners, such as in dungeons. A spawner can spawn a mob right on top of you, if light levels permit. But if it's just you and the dark, you could stand in like a 3x3 perfectly dark room and nothing would ever just appear to ruin your day. As we drill down, we're getting into tin and copper, provided to us by Neotech. As I said earlier, the modding community kind of forgot about 189. There was a huge modding scene on 1710, which is where Witchery lives. older versions of Thaumcraft, and a lot of other really great pieces of Minecraft modding history at this point. And people stayed on 1.7.10 because that's where all the good mods were. Pretty much until 1.10 and 1.12. So 1.8.9 is this little awkward space that has very little going for it. But that does make it this little gem where Intangible lives. Intangible, and Intangible alone, is the reason why I boot up this version every now and again. Still coming back to it after all this time. I don't even know how many years it's been. Silver. Not often that a stone pick can mine modded silver. Normally they gate this behind iron at least. Sometimes worse. Neotech adds quite a few non-standard metals, and requires them all. In, as was the style at the time, vast amounts. Because this was back in the days of Minecraft mods also making two decisions about what form a gate should take. And those gates were artificial scarcity or artificial tedium. Neotech takes the scarcity route. Intangible, tedium. But also to a lesser extent, scarcity. So I don't need silver or copper, I don't think, until I get into Neotech proper. Lead as well. Yeah, as a tech mod, Neotech is kind of small. Although it does offer this. a stone ore grinder, which does the usual grinding an ore into 2 dust thing to double ore production. A strong and necessary technology for any modded playthrough. If I want to do that at a powered level, that's going to take redstone and tin. And that's just for the crusher. That's not even talking about the furnace generator that needs to power it, which is also redstone. And kind of inefficient on power at that. So this grinder, deceptively cheap as it is, is going to improve our ore yields. There is one more component to this. Pressure plates. Neotech has its own copper pressure plate, which is pretty useful. It only opens for players and not creatures, which makes it acceptable to place outside your front door and doesn't let the zombies in. But this grinder requires a vanilla pressure plate. This was back when we only had 4 of them. And the better the quality, the better it works. So I'm going to start out cooking some iron. We will also need a grinder spot, which is going to be a little weird looking. Now I can walk up there. So the way this works is you literally jump up and down on the pressure plate. Just like this. And the reason for this, besides the obnoxious constant clicking noise driving you mad, is so that doing this costs hunger. This is before some later mods figured out that you could script a lever to literally drain the hunger bar when you pull it. How's that done? Well, the iron's done. The first copper is halfway done. It saves progress, so I don't have to do anything special. That can just stay there. Sounds like it's dark again. Or we wouldn't have zombies growling in our ears. That's still 53-33. Even though I pressed the pressure plate, by walking up here, it actually takes into account the distance you fall onto the plate. Theoretically, you could climb up higher and drop onto the plate, but then you get into taking damage territory, and that might not be the wisest thing to do. There really is no place to put my camera that doesn't cause this very bizarre bouncing sensation. Oh, there's all the copper around. Copper, tin, silver, lead. All of these will be necessary in due time. And the faster I get into them, the better. Neotech is a very expensive tech mod. Because it uses redstone by the block for a lot of things. A lot of things that you would consider to be very, very basic. Pipes. Pipes are usually with iron and glass. But if you want a pipe to connect to anything, you need a chest for items, a block of redstone for energy, and a bucket for fluids. I don't entirely know how the pipe networks work in full. But there's a lot of potential here. Neotech also provides a dimensional crate, which is basically a barrel. Not a modern Minecraft barrel, an old Minecraft barrel. One item, it can hold a lot of one specific thing. So you make these for like your cobblestone, your dirt, stuff that you would anticipate having mass amounts of. It also includes a flushable chest, which is a wonderful little innovation. The flushable chest on the surface is just a chest. But if you give it a redstone signal, everything in the chest is deleted. That's what the flint and steel is for. It's basically a redstone activated flint and steel in the bottom of the chest that turns the bottom of the chest invisibly into fire, and every item in the chest is obliterated. So we've got our basic generators, our basic machines, our basic, those kind of expensive pipes. The next thing to be concerned about is our basic power storage. And this is where things get really, really ugly. Because not only does basic storage use a block of redstone, our basic storage also has iron and lead and batteries, which don't stack, by the way. These batteries are made with more iron, more lead, and silver for contacts. And then as you upgrade the storage to be able to hold more, you not only have to use the previous storage block, but it's also upgraded to the next tier of materials and batteries, which are made from the previous tier of batteries. This gets worse as you go up. And then there's steel, which is a whole nother kettle of fish. But while we're looking at the elite storage, only the third tier, by the way, let's take a moment to appreciate that the elite battery is made from diamonds. That is 8 diamonds to make this elite storage. Fortunately, that's the last tier of storage. The next one, creative, is uncraftable. So if you want that 4 million RF battery, and you'll need it, then look forward to wasting a whole bunch of diamonds. I don't know if it's sunrise or sunset. Either way, we have more digging to do. But we now have the iron pick. The mighty and necessary iron pick. Whose power will not only have more durability than stone, it also allows us to mine things more advanced than the stone can. Due to the greater expense it represents, I tend to prefer to leave it in my pocket and pull it out only when needed. Meaning there's either an ore that requires it, or I don't have any more picks and need to be leaving. Yes, indeed. I am a dwarf. You know how hard the original audio for that is to find? There are at least 2, maybe 3 advanced musical versions, but the original hoarse version of the character just wheezing that out, I think you'd have to dig up the original stream for. There's always been something very zen about the rhythm of just drilling around in the stone, ignoring the jump scare cave noises, which are meaningless. More iron. It's always nice to see. Iron always feels so hard to come by in the newer versions. Maybe it's just because my older mining methods don't work nearly as well. And this is gold. One interesting thing that many Minecraft mods do is they actually give gold a use. This is as much a blessing as a curse, because almost all of the Minecraft mods do it. So you can have 6 or more tech-based mods in the same pack, all competing over the gold. need it as a semiconductor for technology? Do you need it because it's magically significant? Every mod wants gold. I'm sure the gold feels nice about that, because in vanilla it is useless. .189 also predates pigmen in the Nether. The zombie pigmen are still there, but the actual pigmen that you can throw gold at, oh, they haven't existed yet. They won't exist for several editions. And yet, this, I believe, is where they came from. We'll get to that little reveal at some point. Maybe not today. Hi. I just opened the door to some problems. I'm very surprised the skeleton didn't just shoot me in the face. Shoot. Shoot. This is from before the attack cooldown timer. So the old click spam method of combat still works. Whether or not that's a good thing, I leave for others to judge. What I just did there, by combining my two pickaxes, I made a small profit on their durabilities. It was, and may still be, a little known fact that when you combine two items to repair them, it doesn't just add their durability together, there is a small, unknown bonus that comes along with it. So the whole ends up being very slightly more than the sum of its parts. I think that's enough digging for now, since we're down to our emergency pickaxe. So it's back up we go. I'll have to make some stairs to make this trip back up less jumpy. I never forget the emergency pickaxe. Once upon a time, on someone's server, I was teleported by an admin to some other section of cave to look at something, and they forgot me there. And I ran out of stone pickaxe and had to carve my way back to the surface with my bare hands. Never forget the emergency pickaxe. Going to need more torches. Sadly, I don't think this particular mod set ever has a way to stop depending on torches. That's usually something I demand in mod packs, but this one I don't think has a way to place magical free lights everywhere. This version also predates the stonecutter. So the only way to make stairs is by hand, and that is with 6 blocks becoming 4 by removing a chunk of one of them. Don't ask me how the math works. That's why they made the stonecutter, because this was always ridiculous. And even in the days of the stonecutter, you still can't do that for wood. Uh-oh. We have cut into a cave now. Which I do not want. I just want to keep going basically straight down. Trick number 2, the gravel trick. When gravel falls onto a torch, it stops being a lock. When a zombie falls onto a torch, not much happens. We are well past the point where I need to put a torch down. Indeed. Diamonds are on the docket, but somewhat more importantly is redstone. We have hit the bedrock layer. Bedrock is, as it has ever been, indestructible to mortal men. Some mods provide ways to destroy bedrock. This is not one of them. Rather than carving all around here through solid rock, I would probably be better served to backtrack up a little bit and start playing around in these caves. There's redstone already. There's also, of course, the threatening rattleskeletons. Which are significantly more dangerous now than they have become in later versions. This is before their firing rate was significantly throttled. In this version, if you are in water, you cannot reach a skeleton that is firing at you, because they can push you back with their arrows faster than you can swim toward them. Just another reason to beware the water. It's always more dangerous than you think. Despite the danger skeletons pose, I will be gleefully picking fights with them, because I need the bones. It didn't see me. Hello. Yeah, these are the days of old cave generation, when they were strange tentacles carved through the deep by unknown forces. The leavings of tremendous worms that have never been seen. A rare flower here and a somewhat less rare ravine. I don't think I placed that block of cobblestone. Where did this one come from? That explains it. Lava flowing into water produces cobblestone. I should be more concerned about zombie noises, being that I have no armor. But if you can't do anything about it, why worry? We are collecting plenty of materials. Always nice to see. Even that 47 redstone is a good number. It's not enough, but it's a good number. Lots of coal. Coal isn't super useful. I find its primary value is in making torches, presuming you brought your own supply of wood. It becomes a bit better if you have a fortune enchantment, and therefore each block is worth more than just one coal. Some mods also give special value to coal that charcoal cannot provide. I don't think this is one of them. There's also a lot of bubbling lava noise around here. which is more unnerving than the zombie. Lava doesn't just kill you. It erases all that you are and all that you were, and all that you had. So it's always wise to be very wary if you hear that bubbling. And even if you don't. That's why they say, don't dig straight down. Hello. Okay. I'll just smash that skeleton to death, and it doesn't even know I was there. Wasn't I over there? Didn't I place this block from the other side? Uh-oh. The Reaper of the Deep. There is a reason creepers are a meme. Regardless of difficulty level, they will happily take you out in a single shot. And where there's one, there's very often 4 or more. I am starting to lose track of where I am and where I've been. Which is definitely not good. Because if I don't know how to get all these riches home, then I'm not getting all these riches home. Okay, so I came from this way because that was the skeleton. Now we're in the big room, which I came into from above. Up there is dark. And regardless of how I got into here normally, I do know that I placed that block. And these are my stairs. So now I know where we are. And there sure are a lot of zombie noises in the area. But they are on the other side of walls, and I don't have to care. I hate that. Just placing stairs right in my own face. Almost there. Back in the days we could go from bedrock to surface in one stack of stairs. Silver, gold, iron, lead, tin, the works. And redstone. I think we can begin working on Neotech machines. I'm just going to need a space for them. Therefore, more room in the base. Eventually we'll get towards solar panels, but that's not really in the cards just yet. So the first thing we use a furnace generator. There are solar panels. They're made with batteries, which gets expensive, especially since upgrading them involves upgrading the battery and going to the nether. Batteries as well. Very expensive on their own. But yeah, furnace generator, without which nothing functions. So that's 4 iron, 2 furnaces, 2 redstone. So let's grab some redstone and iron. And a chest. Which also means we are low on wood. And it is not daytime. So far it has never been daytime when I come up here. So there's the furnace generator. Also need the electric crusher, which is made from tin, a piston, and flint. We have no flint. Flint is crushed from gravel if you have an electric crusher, which is what I'm trying to make. Oh, the grinder can make it, and it makes 2 rather than the default 1 if you just grind it out manually. I did not know that. So I guess we have some more jumping to do. I gotta get these dirt blocks out, they bother me. Still working on that ore, which I think was silver. Then we'll get to the gravel, we'll get flint, and we can make a crusher. There's some flint, there's some silver. Electric crusher requires tin, requires piston. There's the piston. And actually haven't ground any tin yet. So it's back to bouncing. There are worse ways to apply a cost to this process, but I can't think of them. Let's also put some gold in here for good measure. there's gold. We have flint. We need to cook some tin. There's a very excited Enderman out there. Sprinting around doing Enderman things. Also cook this copper and silver while I'm at it. And it's daylight. Unfortunately, baby zombies don't care about daylight. And they are more dangerous than the adults. There's our home waypoint, so I don't lose the base. And we need to gather some more wood. Wood is an eternal Minecraft problem. And some mods choose to make it worse. A few mods, a precious few mods, actually make the wood situation easier to deal with. Forestry was one of them. Forestry backpacks were amazing, but they're not on this version, and forestry was not carried forward into modern versions of Minecraft. I believe it died in either 1.10 or 1.12. And a big shame it was, because forestry invented bees. I'm going to have to replant some of these trees closer to home. That Enderman used to leave me alone, too. He's just hanging out, daring me to look him in the eye. So now we have wood. I don't remember why we needed wood, but we have wood. replace my axe. A big shame about this pack is that it doesn't have an improved axe. We have a better pickaxe and a better sword, but no improved wood axe. So the reason I was gathering wood is I was wasting time while my tin cooked. So we make the electric crusher. And to cap it all off, I want to look at the electric furnace, which is made from copper. And more furnaces. And a block of redstone. There's our opening 3 machines. It would be even better if I could make a battery to go with it all. But that's 9. Actually, maybe I could do it. Nope, I am 1 redstone short of making it. No, I have more. Alright, so block of redstone, 4 iron, 2 lead, make that 8, 12 iron, 6 lead, and 4 silver. I think that's enough silver. But we need to go back to jumping. And probably jump for a little bit. Boy, this would be a good time to just weight down my keyboard and step away. Don't have an easy way to do that, though. Hey, Dark. Welcome in. We're digging again. I cannot be stopped. It is always dig time. I might actually be able to make this faster if I upgraded to a gold pressure plate. Well, I don't have to wait for that to cook for that to happen. Gold plate. Iron is coming. Add to the lead pile, 1 more coal to process it. I don't actually know if the gold pressure plate is better than the iron one. Because all it says is better plates are better in the grinder description. It doesn't bother quantifying that, and there's no advanced documentation. This is from before the days when you could expect a tech mod to have a book in-game. Mods like Industrial Craft would rely on an online wiki. Oh, that is significantly faster. I don't think there's anything I can do with this iron plate now. It's just garbage. Which is a shame. Alright, we need the 2 batteries, which are irritating because they have storage data and don't stack, which also means they don't quick jump into this recipe anymore. They have NBT data now. But when our iron in the lower furnace finishes cooking, we can make the other battery and finally make our very, very basic machinery setup. I think. We may yet need a wrench. Oh yeah, that gold plate is a lot faster. I'm glad we made that switch. No, it's this Neotech grinder. By jumping up and down on the pressure plate, I can crush ores into dusts, which doubles their output. It just costs the food involved with jumping constantly. It is the mod's version of how that works before electricity. But now we have basic electricity. So I don't really need to do that anymore. We have enough for the wrench besides. Perfect. tin, silver, gold, lead, iron, redstone, iron dust. I need to put some coal in here. Start it up. Apparently the power is automatically flowing. I didn't think it would. Only I have to painstakingly configure each and every one of these. I must be thinking of a different mod then. I was sure I needed a tool to dictate what side all the power worked on. Oh well. Our furnace is powered, our crusher is powered, and power is flowing into our basic battery. This is one of those imperfect power systems where this will continue burning the coal even if it has no room in the battery and no room in the generator to store the power involved. Also, I don't know why the furnace generator has fluid storage. It can't use it. So with the crusher in play, let's start multiplying iron, which is expensive. It consumes 20 RF a tick, which is exactly what the furnace generator is producing. So if I tried to run both machines at once, I would have a net loss of power. Unless I built a second furnace generator. And if I'm going to do that, what's the point of electricity in the first place? This is a power system that speaks to my old proclivities. Back in the day, I was known for increasing my power storage over increasing my power production, which in modern Minecraft mods is not the way you do things. But in mods like this one, you have to, because production is always behind. Especially once you get into ore tripling, which involves the electric crucible to melt ores into dirty liquid, the electric centrifuge, which splits that dirty liquid into triple ore, triple liquid metal, and also a small helping of slag lava. And you have to dispose of the lava. And finally, that liquid metal has to be solidified. And each machine in that process takes a lot more energy to run than these little ones that are happy with 20 RF a tick. fluid generator at that point can kind of alleviate things. Ignore the fact that it's made with 2 furnace generators, because that makes no sense. The fluid generator burns lava, which can include the waste lava produced by the crucible centrifuge process. But the crucible centrifuge process does not produce enough lava to run itself. Nor should it, frankly. But it just, doesn't. There's also the electric alloyer, another very expensive machine to run, which is necessary for the production of steel. Technically, you can smelt steel from steel dust, but the only way to get steel dust is to grind existing steel. So that's not helpful. What you do is you solidify molten steel, and you get molten steel in the alloyer by combining molten iron with liquid carbon. Molten iron, as you might expect, comes from melting iron. Liquid carbon comes from melting coal and charcoal, and of the two, charcoal is better. Blocks of coal, also good. I'd have to do the math on this. I've never actually seen the block of coal thing. Let me get a quick calculator up. I'll do the other way around. 1296 divided by 144 should come out to 9. It does. So a block of coal is equal to 9 coal. But 1 charcoal, which is cheaper because you just burn wood to get it, is double coal. And we've run out of power. And I didn't even finish grinding the half stack of iron that was. In terms of power, these machines are expensive to run and terribly inefficient, and there's not really any way to make them more efficient. And the worst thing about it is if a process in a machine is partially complete and it runs out of power, all the progress just disappears instantly. You simply lose it all. This becomes a colossal problem when you start doing the, any of the melting, any of the crucible, solidifier, centrifuge tasks, because you can have the machine locked where you can't produce power fast enough for it to complete its operation, and it's got stuff in it. So it's always going to try to complete the operation the moment you give it power. and it just kills that whole network, and the only thing you can do is break the machine and lose everything in it. The other thing you can do here with this mod is to make motherboards. And onto a motherboard, you can weld upgrades using the thermal binder, which requires slime balls and gold to make and runs on liquid tin. The thermal binder, an empty motherboard, and a supply of liquid tin allows you to stick onto the motherboard combinations of hard drives made from iron and gold, control upgrades, processor upgrades made from diamond and redstone, and expansion upgrades, iron, paper, redstone. Expansion and control are single upgrades only. Hard drive and processors can stack up to 8, and you have to be careful with how many you add. Every machine carefully explains what each upgrade does. And yet these explanations are a little bit incomplete. So, a processor upgrade on the furnace generator adds 10 to the amount of power produced per tick. It doesn't tell you that this burns the fuel faster. Each hard drive multiplies the max energy stored by 10 times the number of hard drives. Wait, that's written very strangely. Each hard drive multiplies max energy by 10, multiplied by the number of hard drives. So does that square the number of hard drives? Since each hard drive multiplies by the number of hard drives, or is that a typo? I don't know. I've never paid attention to the numbers closely enough to notice. Control gives you access to redstone controls, which allows you to turn off the machine with a signal. This is critical on some of those more expensive machines. Unfortunately, it costs the more expensive machines to make that upgrade at all. And the expansion upgrade allows you to configure automatic input and output. The electric furnace, 20 RF a tick. Each processor removes 24 ticks, a little over a second, from the cook time. This increases the power cost. Doesn't tell you that. Hard drive improves its energy storage. Control for redstone, control expansion for automatic input output. So what you could do, once you start making cables to transfer power around, is get the crusher and the furnace right next to each other and put ore in the crusher and then use an expansion upgrade in the furnace to automatically input crushed ore from the crusher and then automatically output the cooked bars into a chest. That's not super impressive. Other mods can and have done. Ah, now we get the old Minecraft rain noise. The extremely loud sound that inspired some mod creators to make things that allow you to simply kill the rain. Few of which are cost effective because the rain just comes right back. So what I'm doing here is the poor man's capacitor. As I said, these machines are finicky. If they run out of power, then they stop running and you lose all your progress on what was happening at the time. So it can behoove you to have an increased capacity battery in your pocket with a lot of power that can be quickly injected into the system to solve that issue. So now instead of having basic RF storage of 32K, I have 132K, just kinda sitting there. Which, of course, we need the generator to fill. And now we no longer need this thing at all. The old grinder has outlived its usefulness. Beginning to fill the battery proper now. Again, if I want to upgrade the battery itself, I'm going to need, well, a decent amount more gold, and silver, and lead. Maybe I should start considering energy pipes. But I don't really have the redstone for that because every energy pipe connection is a block of redstone. But we're almost to the point where we can make iron armor. Iron is kind of the way to go here, or at least. There's also, this soul bone sitting here. We will pay that no mind just yet. It is very important, just not right away. Back into the mines. The children yearn for the mines. I did not make spare stone pickaxes. I guess because I have enough material now that I can rely on my iron. This doesn't go anywhere. This was a dead end. So despite our technology having evolved, our needs have not. We are still looking for redstone, more iron, and oddly enough, lapis. Lapis lazuli, which I deliberately messed up. Hello. Hello there. Is important for our future. That's a cobweb. That tells me we found a mine shaft. I never could go anywhere in this game without tripping over multiple mine shafts during these early years. I come for your bones. Give me your bones. More ore of every kind is very nice. Gold is kind of at a premium for advanced machines and batteries. Lead is a surprisingly big deal. As metals run out, it's usually lead to run out first. Oh, we've reconnected with one of our older tunnels. I don't know if older is a good word. Earlier. We found lava. And huzzah for lapis. Very important stuff. We are almost ready to begin poking around with Intangible itself. To do that, we will also need a bucket of lava for later. That's just going to go right back in the old pocket for now. Crossed over more of our torchlight. These twisted tunnels meet one another. There's the ravine. That's a nice find. We'll have to plunder the whole ravine at some point. But that can wait until after we have some armor. For now, we stay in our lane, pretend to be a very aggressive mole, and drill everything that's easy to access with very little risk. Deep Rock Galactic, this is not. Lead. Excellent. Lead is crucial for making more batteries, and more batteries go into everything. I should probably just put a door here, because I keep coming back this way. I just put a stairs block here, and a door, and just kind of commit to this being part of the mine shaft. Kind of overflowing on tin at the moment. Make ourselves a backup iron pickaxe. Emergency pick 2.0. And all this iron will give us our first suit of armor. Technically speaking, leather is available sooner, Practically speaking, you'll never harvest enough leather to make leather armor before having access to iron armor. It's just not going to happen. Now, we're going out in the hopefully daylight with bones. Why? This will continue to not be clear for some time. Chicken. Death by bone. That made a noise. I've discovered soul bone. This will be explained shortly. Before I get around to explaining just what the hell I'm doing, I'm going to need to continue doing it. We're just going to abuse chickens with our supply of bones, transmuting them into soul bone. With an ominous slurping noise. It's just the potion drinking noise, but slowed down. We'll come back here. And do we have another chicken for the last one? I could do it with the cows too, but it would take longer. Alright, 9 soul bones. While I'm at it, some beef and leather would be nice too. At some point, I'm going to have to get into the swamp as well to get slime balls for various purposes. But for the immediate now, I'm going to have to be happy with what's just happened. So we made Discovery Soulbone. What the hell does that mean? Such is the first step of Intangible. The reason we're here. Intangible has a special crafting method called the Circuit Stamper. Soulbone is involved. So is Blue Crystal. What the hell is Blue Crystal? Also a mystery. Before we get into any of that, we're going to need more space. Not really a lot more space, just more space. And I'm going to have to do something about this bucket of lava, which is always the difficult part. I'm going to set up something mysterious and get to explaining it all in due time, I suppose. So a chest and a hopper. There's going to be, that's a placeholder. I know I have some slabs. Those slabs are going to be necessary. And then behind the slabs we put the lava. That should be sufficient. Anyway, we'll come back to that later. Also going to need some water. And the need for water is immediate enough that I am willing to run out here in the middle of the night to get it. Just dodging everything. Can't explode on what you can't catch. That skeleton is uncomfortably close to my front door, though. Pardon me, I'm just going long way around. Oh. One hit. You only get one. Please come in so I can beat you. What? No bone? Oh, hi. Oh, there are more of you. Definitely more of those guys than I was banking on. And still I need a second bucket of water. Is there one closer? I guess this pond over here will be closer than going all the way to the coast. There's also another pond on the way. So if I really want water, I should be going south-ish to that pond. Yeah. Much closer. So now I have an endless water supply and a bucket of it. Next step. Is to get even weirder. Don't worry, I am working toward the part where I finally explain what the heck all this is for. Did I not take old water glitches? Soulbone, Lapis. And they bubble together. This produces a resource, which I will need a lot of. But for now, we'll just let these bubble. I didn't actually need the redstone for that. Thought I did. Not so much. Maybe I do? Nope. That bong means I've done it correctly. What is all that bonging? And where's the water gone? Now that I can approach without accidentally picking up any of these items, it's all created blue crystal. Soulbone and Lapis in a pool of water combine to make blue crystal. And that will need time to grow. but we are getting there. Those little tiny tinking and cracking noises will continue. They're a bit musical, really. And these crystals will have to tink constantly and grow and reach their full size. There's a bit of a parallel here with Astral Sorcery, another mod that involves growing crystals, but Astral Sorcery came later. Astral Sorcery also does other things with its crystals, such as demand purity values and require farming those up. But with this accomplished and underway, I need to take a pause and step away for just a bit, which I will do with chat up. So time continues to pass and those crystals continue to grow, rather than pausing the game outright. I'll be back shortly. Alright then, we now return to your regularly scheduled crystal noise. How is that coming along? They all have one or two long spikes. This one's getting nowhere. The way to know if these crystals are done is to right click on them. And if your character's fist knocks on them and it makes a ticking noise, then they're ready. If that doesn't happen, leave them alone. While this is going, there is one more thing we can do, and that is make the circuit stamper. Which is some iron, piston, redstone. Kinda simple stuff. We'll make the piston. We'll make this casing it requires. Circuit stamper. Circuit stamper runs on a redstone signal. And the fastest way is with a lever. And I'm going to put that here. With a half slab right in front of it so I can see down into it. And the lever just beside. So what the lever does, it applies a redstone signal to the block, and therefore the stamper, closing it. Think of it like a giant, weirdly magical waffle iron. I'm sure that doesn't help in the slightest. The next thing we're going to need to think about, or at least that we can think about before everything really kicks off, is the blow mold, which is a dropper and a bunch of cooked stone. Also, a bellows, which is another iron casing, some leather, and some wood. That's what I killed the cows for. One, two, three, four, five, 6 stone. What's the point of an electric furnace if not to cook strange numbers of things? Yeah, look at that power drain. 20 RF a tick. Thermal expansion would be ashamed. Along with the blow mold, we're going to need, well, lots more stone and sand. Maybe I shouldn't have been so dismissive of the manual grinder. because the grinder will allow you to make sand without having to burn power. I would really rather not waste electricity because the electric power in here is so very expensive. Also eventually going to need stone rings. So stone is just going to become kind of a premium. And yeah, we are still not yet at the part where I can explain myself. Still waiting on that. There's the blow mold, just below the lava. The bellows attaches to the blow mold, makes noise. This crystal, tink tink tink, is done. Discovery, crystal. This is one crystal. What do we do with it? Replant. Tink tink tink. One yellow crystal. Cannot be replanted. But that's rare. We'll need that later. Yeah, this part takes a while. The first crystals you grow from bone and lapis will only produce a single crystal. Crystals that you replant and then allow to regrow, preferably on smooth stone. I should just say stone. Smooth stone is something else. Preferably on stone, because they grow faster on stone. Can and often will produce more than a single blue crystal. And we'll be needing a lot of blue crystal. I expected the sand to have made more progress. Maybe if I had improved jump height somehow. Another thing that we'll be needing is more bone. Quite possibly the most valuable thing I could find at this stage is a skeleton spawner. Alright, we got sand. We got stone. This will allow us to make some of these molds. Funnel. Decanter. Splitter. Gourd. Spiral. Gem. We're out of sand. I have tried in the past to build 4 of these and then jump specifically on the corner of the plate to trigger all of them. It doesn't work nearly as well. Another 11 glass, and some more cooked stone. So we left off with the spiral, and we're going to need the gem mold, and glass bottle mold would be nice. Glass pane mold, not really necessary. And these will be stored here. Along with the crystals. The last thing I kind of want is another dropper or dispenser. But every time I try to do this with a dropper or dispenser, it doesn't work that well. Nevertheless, an attempt will be made. Dropper facing the lava, button on the dropper. I will demonstrate what this is about, finally. So we have a block of sand in the dropper, facing this flowing lava over the blow mold. Drop it in the lava. It may be in the blow mold now. Let's do it again just to be sure. I think I'm being made a fool of. So what's supposed to happen is that the sand goes into the lava, melts into liquid glass, which then falls into the blow mold. And then I can use the blow mold with the glass bottle mold in it, pump it once with the bellows, and the glass bottles will come out. That is not working as designed. Maybe it doesn't work with sand, and you have to cook it into glass first. It's been a while. I thought it worked with just sand. Anyway, 8 sand, cook that into glass. We'll check our crystals. Dink, harvest, dink, no dink, dink. That made 2. So I'm going to plant 1 and keep the remaining 3. Because we need to make the knowledge gem so I can actually get into the explaining phase, and that's going to take 2 soul bone, which I no longer have. Redstone, soul bone. We're out of bones. Oh, I have the Vile Sword, which means soul shards. Good. Good, I can work with that. The soul bone spear is possible and on the table. But right now, an iron sword is sufficient. The wooden sword can be fuel. Got all this stone at the ready for later. Let's give the glass thing a try. Well, it dipped, so that was correct. I needed it to be glass. Because now, it's liquid glass. So we run the bellows. That extra liquid glass just fell into the bellows. We just turned 2 blocks of glass into a dozen bottles. That's 6 bottles apiece. The normal exchange rate is 1 glass to 1 bottle. Oops. Too close to the lava, so I picked up the glass. Now I keep trying to make this setup more consistent, but the sad truth is there is no consistent way to automate a drop into a lava flow without risking that drop ending up somewhere back there, because the lava flow needs room to come out and exist. Which means that no matter how I drop the item, it can bounce into the lava. I've tried dropper straight down. That just doesn't work either. I've tried dropper basically every which way. Ow. Except, like this, throwing it into a wall. But now, how am I supposed to access it? We'll get another slab, so it's not possible to stand in the way of the lava. The last slab, so I can just walk on up. The button. This is an okay place for the button. It's also possible to automate this bellows by giving it an alternating redstone current, and there are various ways to do that, which are easy or difficult. I don't even know why I'm making so many bottles. I'm just happy that I can make bottles efficiently. Anyway, bottle mold makes bottles more efficiently than doing it by hand. I don't like that being at light level 7. It's weird to have to put a torch right by some lava, because it's not well lit enough. I guess this is the world I live in. We'll keep cycling and replanting these until this farm area gets up to snuff. Daytime, but quickly becoming night, which is good. This means I can hunt skeletons, and possibly also slimes over here in the swamp. I don't have any backpacks in this mod. Nope, I have ender bags, that's good. And I have the Neotech trash bag, which I still don't know how that works, or even if it works. Pigs. Pigs have no special significance in this pack. They can live. For now. Sugarcane. Always important. I'll need to get a farm of this at the ready so I can eventually make bookcases for enchanting. And we have a slime already. You need to give me slime balls. The little slimes aren't worth wasting durability on. They're harmless and only take one punch to kill. Cows also nice. Let's not kill all of them. Because I am going to need my own animal farm at some point. There's a skeleton over here. A skeleton in the water. Very dangerous. Killed it before it could become a problem. Pigs. Remember when I said you could live? I lied. There we go. That is enough soul bone to finally go home and get into the explanation of what all this has been about. So let's go do that at last. So all these mysterious items and glass blowing equipment I've been making, strange crystals made of something called soul bone, can finally stop being mysterious. No. I would like to kill that skeleton, but I'm not going to fight with a creeper for it. Spider, though. Spider will give me string. Could give me string. Didn't. And that's a witch. Eventually we will be deliberately hunting witches. But that is a later problem. Bam. We have stamped out the knowledge gem. What is the knowledge gem? The knowledge gem is the reason that this mod is on 189. Because previous versions couldn't do this. This mysterious swirly vortex is the guidebook to Intangible. It speaks of souls, materials, and devices. souls, creatures have those. We can detect souls. Having discovered that souls inhabit the bodies of living creatures, it's time to quantify what they actually are, and indeed if there is just one type or many. For this task, I will need some suitable equipment. This will require the subject to be held in place, surrounded by a cage made of soul bone, which acts as a conduit to siphon off a portion of the creature's soul, at least temporarily. To this cage, I will attach a device for funneling the captured essence. This funnel will need to be powered by redstone, and then attached to the funnel, various pieces of apparatus in a chain. The order and type probably will lead to a discovery or two. Some combination of 4 decanters, splitters, gourds, and spirals will be necessary, perhaps more than one of each. Resetting the redstone signal to the funnel will probably be necessary to restart the experiment between attempts. This is ripping souls out of their bodies. This is what all the blue crystal is for. Because the funnel is made by blow molding molten blue crystal. And the other glassware apparatus is also molten blue crystal. Materials. Soul bone. I've discovered that exposing bone to the escaping soul of a dying creature somehow alters the bone. I observe what can only be described as a glimpse of something traversing the length of the bone, almost as if it was acting as a conduit. I suspect if I can find a way to prevent the essence of the creature dissipating, simply exposing bones to it will be enough to produce endless supplies of this material. I'm going to need a lot of soul bone. So a skeleton spawner farm is going to be very important. Crystal. Lapis lazuli and soul bone crystallize when left for a while in water. The resulting crystalline structure appears to grow rapidly when exposed to air. Placing shards of the crystal into stone has the best growth rate, sometimes even forming an off-colored but especially pure column. Both forms of this crystal, blue and yellow, have a melting point lower than lava. I may be able to melt the crystal by dropping it into still or flowing lava, and then form it in a mold. Devices. Circuit stamper, knowledge gem, bellows, blow mold, bone cage, glassware. Most of this we have already dealt with. Then we have the soul bone spear, which is just a weapon made of bone. And control circuit, which we'll get to. Crystal armor. Blue crystal helmet. Great protection, terrible durability. Also very expensive, considering how long it takes to grow all these crystals. Crystal blocks. Blue crystal block. Yellow crystal block. Maybe it has other properties. This mod functions very much in the way that I've been showcasing it. It has secrets. It has secrets that would rather not tell you, that you have to pry from it. It also has a village detector. This thing is useless. I will see a village at the edge of the map before the village detector will detect it. Plinth. It's just a stone platform involving rings. Plinth are used in a soul forge and also many other things that aren't explained yet. The offering plate made with gold and blue gems. They're also used in a soul forge and other things that come much later. And parts. The iron casing. Soulbone splinters. Just crush soulbone. Get splinters. Soulbone conduit. Splinters and redstone get stamped together into basically a bone circuit. Stone ring is a ring of stone. Simple. Control circuit combines 3 of these soulbone conduits with a blue gem. Gonna need tons of these. These things are consumed by this mod as quickly as iron ingots can be. Blue gems, blow mold, gem mold. Yellow gem, same thing. Emitter. It's just a thing made of multiple control circuits and an entire crystal. Quantifier. Multiple emitters and another control circuit and a yellow crystal. So we have microcrafting of the worst kind. And there's the Ponderance Lattice, which is a couple control circuits and then more gems of different colors. Just lots of bits and pieces and bobs. Very easily comparable to, say, circuits and chips. 3. Nice. Get those going. Another 3. Another 2. And this one is still not going anywhere. But now we finally have 1 too many. Now there's another mod that I have to deal specifically with this growing problem. It solves a couple of other problems while it's at it, but the slow growth is primarily what it's for. And that is Totemic. Totemic has a few uses, but as I said, most of what I need it for is to make these grow faster. And we can get working on that while waiting for my crystals to grow. And also, if it happens to be light out, maybe we can also start farming. That would be nice. Maybe I can make a couple more soul bones while I'm out here. Because the bones themselves don't do much. I can make a looting upgrade. Hopefully by the time I need to do that, bones are not a problem. And it can be ground into bone meal, which we all know what bone meal is for. It is white dye from before the days of being crafted into actual white dye, and it accelerates crops. That's it. That's what it do. I should have grabbed some lily pads while I was out there in the swamp. Because this is before the days of waterlogging, so I can't use waterlogged slabs to prevent myself from falling into the water pits necessary to grow sugarcane. I also want to fill in this silly hole. Actually, this could be the sugarcane area. Which means I want to do some thinking. And this area that I'm digging out over here, I can expand into a farm plot. An actual shovel might be nice to make this faster. Yeah, I'm thinking so. We'll actually make it an iron shovel. We have plenty of iron. And that is sunset. Could be more skeletons in it for us. And then here. It's going to be the last water pit. I can even expand this further. Which might be a good idea. Right now, we're going after skeletons and some lily pads, and basically making the most of our evening. Don't need that bucket. Maybe I can bully some pigs. living right beside a swamp like this has its perks. And ignoring the zombies. I don't think I'll be able to ignore that baby zombie if it catches up. We are specifically skeleton hunting, and this spider will be nice too. Because spiders are the only source of string. I mean, technically cats too, but that's a lot of work. Any more skeletons? Why, yes, there do appear to be a couple on the minimap. Unfortunately, at least one of them is underground. I don't know why this skeleton is ignoring me, but that was his second funeral. Creeper! A 1 and a 2 and he's out. Those jumping crits make everything faster. We will continue hunting them for their bones. Give me your bones. Maybe I can get an early. I don't think he gave me anything useful. That's a lot of zombies. Got the zombie hordes on us. That's okay. They just have numbers going for them and little else. I don't know if that's still the case, Cheech. Because this is way back on 189. This may be before they implemented that. Don't know how right that is, Skarn. Yeah, this is back before villager jobs were decided by nearby blocks. Their jobs are still decided when they spawn. This is the first version where villagers had to eat in order to populate. And this mod is how I found that out. Because a villager farm is necessary, and it requires the floor to be a potato farm. Bones, string, explosives? No explosives. Carrots might be a better idea, and I do have a carrot on hand and not a potato. I just do it with potatoes because I've always done it with potatoes. There's no real reason. That is true. I did kind of wonder where the poison potatoes went in a villager-run farm. That is a very good point. That is also a good point, but less relevant. I should not have put away all of the lily pads, still even one. Alright, farm square. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dig. Water. Convenient lily pad. This wooden hoe is not going to stand up to the rigors of what I need it to do. But I had to make it to get the achievement, because this is the old Minecraft achievements. there goes the hull. No breaking noise, because this predates the breaking noise. Where's that carrot? It could help to get these carrots multiplying early. I have nothing else of value to plant. So there's the carrot, front and center. Couple rows of seeds, the chickens are interested. How convenient. Give me your soul. Give me your soul. In the bone. There's more convenient chickens over here. That is from the past. Shame Tag isn't here. Kill you with bones, bones, bones. Kill you with bones, bones, bones. Your spirit will go right inside. I need you to not be alive. Chicken in the water. Come back here, bird. You cannot escape. All these chickens being around is very convenient. Because I do need a bunch of these before I can start truly mass producing them. Come back here. Getting juked like in DBD. 13? Is that enough? Maybe one more. Maybe two more if it's convenient. Don't make this difficult. Give me your soul. Those chickens get to live. We should have plenty for now. It is very much an ominous for now. How are the crystals doing? Ding ding. If right-clicking produces a ding, they are ready for harvest. And then they just go and you replant the spares and store them away. I ate soulbone to make a bone cage, because that's not a terrifying sentence. I should probably plant some of these trees while it's still light. I have definitely done worse. There are worse mods than this one, but this one's my favorite. This one's my favorite. Dark oak can only grow in a 2x2. I kind of miss Botania and the Horn of Goodbye Grass. But that would involve finding out if Botania runs on this version. And even if it does, it would probably be some bootleg We Have Botania at Home version. I guess that'll do it for trees. It is actually not. It's a funny wooden horn made with nature magic that just brown notes all the grass to pop up in a radius. So it's a precursor to the goat horns. Another thing Minecraft gleefully stole from modders. Okay, we have our bone cage. No, that was another mod. Botania did have a way to stop the rain, though. You had to give a sunflower to a little ghost idol that you made out of wool. It was silly, but functional. And some people set up redstone contraptions to do it automatically, which is just hilarious. Imagine a daylight detector automatically giving sunflowers to a ghost, so rain just never happens. One of those phrases that only makes sense in Minecraft. Alright, we vend a blue crystal into the lava, which melts, goes into our blow mold, with our funnel mold, and makes the crystal funnel. We'll need that. We will need only one of that. Now we need decanter, splitter, gourd, and spiral in no particular order, and a bunch of them. Like as many as 4 of each. And I don't have 16 blue crystals yet. So I guess the bone cage can wait. Blow mold. It's a blow mold. I have said strange... I'm not denying that I've said stranger things, usually in the context of gaming. But if you're gonna quote, get the quote right. Don't think I need the bucket right now. 6 of that, 3 of that. Paper. And a book bound in logs, the Totempedia. This gets us into Totemic, which will eventually help us improve the grow speed of these crystals. Totemic is a very... Damn you. Totemic is a very funky mod. It involves buffaloes and red cedar trees, musical instruments, and bark stripper to remove bark from red cedar, and I don't remember why you want to do that. So Totemic has a lot of uses, and the core one that's general purpose is this totem whittling knife. So that's a flint and iron, and then I'm going to need some logs. We'll do birch because birch is hideous. I don't want to use birch for anything else except maybe chest because I hate it. Not nearly as much as I hate acacia. I have opinions, okay? Come to think of it, I have not slept yet. I don't even have a bed. This is not a proper base. I will not respawn here. I haven't even seen a sheep. There may not be sheep. Who knows? Nobody asked for your opinion, pressure plate. What we're gonna do right here is very sneaky. We'll put 2 birch logs right there. One of them is going to be a totem base, and the next one is going to be an ocelot totem. In this version of the mod, they didn't actually give the totems graphics. They're supposed to have graphics. In every other Minecraft version that features the Totemic mod, there are graphics, but not here. I'm going to put another small totem here to prepare for later. That's going to be totem base. And what other totem do I want on it? Speed boost, water breathing, fire resist. Fire resist? I've got the lava right here. That could save me some trouble later. Ocelot. Prevents creepers from exploding. That's why I have this mod in. 2 logs and this knife means creepers are no longer a problem in like a 4-block radius. Bat negates fall damage, spider climb, cow resistance and slowness, rabbit jump boost. That could work with the jumpy grinder over there by the water pool. Pig is just luck, and a wolf gives you strength. So I think we want a blaze totem here in case the lava gets out. So we'll just cut that. And now I have free fire resistance as long as I'm near this thing. Forever. Costs nothing. It's just kind of there. Also need to get into musical instruments. There's the drum, which involves wool. I need to find some sheep. Sheep needs to happen. We'll leave the knife behind, we'll leave the book behind. Daylight needs to happen, or else there will be no sheep. But while there are no sheep, there are skeletons. So maybe I want to go out anyway. My sword not looking too hot. Well, out we go. Skeletons by night, sheep by day. Let's cause all the problems we are fit to cause, and then some. This is also a good opportunity to just explore the map in general, maybe find a village for later exploitation. Spider, give me string at once, thank you. There's some waterlogged chickens. I am the winner of the Skeleton War. That's a lot of eggs. Did chickens drop more eggs during this era? And we've got sheep on radar. Sheep on scope. We will harvest the sheep. But only the white sheep, because we are racist. This is a lot of sheep. I should like to bring some of these sheep home, but I do not yet have a way to do that, or a place to put them, which is the more important problem. You know, an excellent idea, except for 2 small hiccups. Look at all, this is where all the sheep have been hiding. There are dozens of them. Dozens. Also a rabbit. And a hole. That could have been catastrophic. But we survived our small hole experience. I think this is the earliest version of Minecraft to have rabbits. I could be wrong, but I think they may have been introduced in this version. Also, can I do anything with grass? No. Don't need the grass. And this is obviously before rabbits were afraid of the player. Hello. That's why they should be afraid of the player. I think I've run out of sheep into rabbit territory. As long as there are sheep, I may as well exploit them as much as possible. That's what Minecraft really is. Capitalism. .44 wool should be plenty for one outing. Now if I could only find a village just to establish its location, we'd be all set. Though I really don't have enough food to be powering a long odyssey. That could be fixed. I'm not seeing any sign of village in this direction. But we have wool, which will get us a bed, and that was the goal the whole time. Taking kind of a wide arc around to return home. We'll cover some more map. And there's really no hurry to return home. Still have plenty of inventory space. And enough food to continue wandering randomly about. Not seeing any wolves on the radar either, which I'm pretty sure wolves still exist in this version. This should be after wolf. Hello, Cliff. Whoa. Alright, onto the tree. and then the hill. By the power of parkour, we continue our journey. Just filling out as much of our mini-map as possible. And while I would like to reveal a village, if we start losing daylight again, I'm just going straight home. The main thing we need in a village is, of course, villagers. But it also wouldn't be bad to reveal a totemic setup so we could steal some instruments which are normally, they can be a little costly to build. So basically we want to loot the locals. Nothing new. I don't think this pack has any early game way to speed up travel. I don't have any convenient cars or flying brooms or any other weird way to just get a move on. It's horses, boats, or nothing. And these are the old boats that explode if they crash. On the old netcode, where if you use boats at all, the game can lose track of where you are. We are definitely losing light. So, back we go. No village found, but we got wool and can therefore set our spawn point. Which is the big win of the day. There's the vanilla Minecraft bed made with wool, but I also have multi-beds in play, so I could make an improved bed that looks better. But that's going to be expensive, so maybe we just don't do that. Now I have something to sleep in, and a Spartan lower room to put it in. Spawn point established. To the wonderful sounds of all the undead burning to death. So I don't know whether I want to build my own instruments or go back out looking for the village. I think the answer is that I still need the village more. I also wouldn't mind improving this battery. Can that be done? Do we have anywhere near the necessary gold? I don't think so. That's 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 gold. The 2 obvious lead here, 2 more for 4 lead, and then 4 silver. And the lesser batteries that I have to make to get there. We don't have any silver at the ready. So, I'm going to have to crush this gold and deal with it. What did this involve? A lot of crap I don't want to deal with. Alright, where haven't we been? Anywhere. I've just stayed home and built. I think northeast is our exploration vector. But before we do that, I'm going to need more than 3 cooked chicken. Yes, indeed. Set course for try and stop me. While we're waiting for things to cook, I'll get started on some of these. I think the way I've arranged that dropper is finally working. Alright, that's 4 splitters. That's all the splitters we need to start. Gourds, I can make 4 more. And to do that, I should probably vend some crystals into the lava. That'll be 2, and 3. Disappears into the blow mold. 4 at the ready. Four gourd glassware. Can I make 4 decanters? No. But my food is ready, so I don't have to think about it. I managed to cook 1 pork chop with my leftover sword. Burned over half the day with that nonsense. Set course for adventure. Just Joe Goat up that hill. I'm heading this way because there's a patch of black on my minimap, and that offends me. It needs to be unveiled. May as well grab some snowballs while I'm in the area. I will need a few eventually. And that just means I won't have to search them out later. We are high atop the mountains of inconvenience. Just merrily proceeding along our very angry hike. As everything about the terrain conspires to take us in other directions. And this is a sheer drop, followed by a sheer wall, even if I did that. Speaking of being taken in other directions, think it's time to cheat with both hands. So we're gonna make a couple boats. You can tell they're the old boats because they don't stack and they don't have oars. And what I'm going to do with this boat is thumb my nose at gravity. Ouch. So that doesn't work yet. Noted. That particular exploit was introduced later. In later versions of Minecraft, you can use boats to ignore fall damage. In this version of Minecraft, that is not yet a thing. So, driving a boat off a cliff is still fatal, and that's why I'm currently going towards my death marker. This is true. I did not bring one of those, because I wasn't expecting to have to go over the mountains. Such as these mountains that are in my way. Excuse me, pigs, you live today. I have to pick up my garbage from the crash site. Jeez, this hole makes it look like I created a crater on landing. Just boom. Smashed straight into the earth. Alright, dress myself, rearrange my hotbar, which is always the worst part. And boats are still garbage. Remove that shame marker. Never happened. Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, the trouble was the emergency pickaxe was left with my body. Always poppies. The game remembers that they can spawn on the ground, but forgets that that ground cannot be sand. Rabbits also looked less cute during this version. Yeah, it's a small hiccup in the procedural generation. Makes you think that the ground and the flowers are placed first, and then they transmute some of the ground to patches of sand, especially around water features. Kind of like how Terraria does it. You see what during generation you'll see it say putting rocks in the dirt, putting dirt in the rocks. It has multiple generation passes as it changes the terrain. Kind of like deleting a file really, really hard by overwriting it with multiple hashes. There is still no sign of a village in this direction, but I've found another swamp and another dark forest. Same with these, I just picked up these seeds because it generated grass on dirt, and then must have turned the dirt into sand later. Suddenly, water. Will this boat actually prove useful? Or will I immediately run into a squid and have it explode? Hey, that's a building. I don't even bother trying to land boats anymore, I just commit to the crash. So we have found a small village. Emphasis, it seems, on small. With a Fletcher. It doesn't matter that he's specifically a Fletcher. He's got a brown shirt. That's all we need. Anyone wearing brown like him counts as a farmer and can harvest crops. I'm gonna pillage some crops while I'm here. My keyboard kind of got away from me there. Anyway, village found. No totemic stuff to steal. But the presence of villagers is much more important. I'm going to have to go back to mining and progress further in Neotech. Basically, the game has really opened up now. We have 3 tech paths that need to be progressed more or less simultaneously. Because Neotech has the Pokeballing technology that I need. Ways to move creatures in very convenient ways. Totemic can increase the grow speed of our crystals, and Intangible itself is the goal. Everything I have in supports that. Whoop, can't go that way. That's a hole. Hey, it's a wolf. It's several wolves. They do exist. Bit late for them, though. I'm not carrying any bones. I don't remember where that's from, but yes, the little tiny feet of baby zombies are very fast. Also, I'm looking at all zombie all the time. Where are the skeletons that I can steal bones from? That's a skeleton. Kind of. Is it? Maybe? Couldn't find it. home more important than skeleton. Cliff more troublesome than skeleton. But there's a convenient tree. The convenient nearby tree. Also seeing lots of skeletons on the map now. This is now a dangerous amount of skeletons. I am no longer interested in picking on them. So it seems I'm going to have to build my own totemic instruments. This is true. It is very much a minced expression, but I can't argue it. This is also before sprinting in water. So swimming remains agonizingly slow. Ordinarily, yes, but this is the old boats where they are disposable. I had a boat. It blew up. I had two boats. They both blew up. This is a little weird. Never seen a little gravel hole like that. More zombies and creepers. I also haven't really seen an Enderman since I got armor. I think they know I'll be gunning for them now. So, they just ain't showing up. It could also have to do with the moon phase, which I still think is true, but I don't know if it's true, or when it became true, or when it stopped becoming true. There was a rumor at one time that the spawn rate of witches and of Endermen came and went with the moon phase, with Endermen favoring the new moon and witches favoring the full. There's no mention of that on the official pages, of course. So maybe it's just Bologna. That's 4 more crystals. That will give us our next set. But I just want to burn the visitors. You guys don't get to hang around. Yes. No solicitors. Instead, fire. Is it being antisocial if the visitors literally want to consume you? Carrots and potato. Untrue. This is a player-sensitive pressure plate made of copper. It only works for me. Alright, time to get into totemic as much as totemic can be totemized. Tutankhamun. I'm gonna need musical instruments, like this drum. Which is the whole reason I went out for wool in the first place. And of course, I got this pattern backwards. Happens with everything. Can I make a wind chime? Yes, yes. Wind chime hangs off of leaves. Wood, 2 iron, string. Wind chime to go with the drum. Flute. Flute is just sticks, and does that specifically have to be oak leaves, or can it be any leaves? Any leaves. It shifts in here. So, we go to clip a leaf. A snip. Also, some more might help as well. There's the flute. Drum, flute. Rattle is off the table for now because rattle involves buffalo teeth. And there's the jingle dress, which is made with buffalo hide. That's gated behind progression. For now we have drum, flute, and wind chime, and that will have to be enough. ceremonies. Ceremonies are where the instruments are used. The one that we want to do is the Zafkiel waltz, which causes growth ticks to speed up. It's intended to boost farming and chicken growth. It also creates red cedar, but it also works on those crystals, because those crystals function off of growth ticks. The problem is it requires a large music amount, which is a pretty meaningless thing to say, but the important part of it is that I don't have enough musical instruments to feed the ritual. One of the first things I need to do is imbue the flute to make it empowered. Medium little music amount. Also silly. And to trigger the ritual, I just play the flute twice. So here's how this is going to work, as silly as it's going to be. Oh, I don't want this to be birchwood. Leaf blocks to place a wind chime. And that'll just kind of jingle jangle by itself. We're going to place a drum. And I got my flute. How this works for these totemic ceremonies is that when you have instruments around a totem base, you can activate 2 of them to trigger one of the ceremonies, and then a timer begins. While this timer is running, you have to fill a certain amount of a music bar to actually trigger the ritual effect. There are no negative effects on failure. There's no actual cost in terms of anything, other than you dancing around like a fool, swinging instruments constantly. So we're going to attempt to magic flute by using the flute twice, letting the wind chime do its thing, and banging on the drum. So we're filling the music bar as the timer progresses by playing the flute and beating on the drum. There is a maximum of how much each instrument can provide. And we have reached it with the drum. And we got there with the flute. The flute is now magic and can provide more music to these ceremonies. The next thing we need to do is get the Mandan Buffalo Dance. Because the Mandan Buffalo Dance, with drums and wind chimes, can turn cows into buffalo. And then the buffalo give us teeth and hide. So I need to capture some cows. We're just going to require wheat and a lead or two 2 would be preferable, 4 would be ideal, but I don't know if I have the string for 4. Not really. So now we have a flute. And it's getting dark again. Can't very well hunt for cows in the dark. I don't want that to be the way the wood works. I want to place the log pointed the correct way. I was afraid I'd trample that. I guess we're going to have to embrace the trample. Another drum and another chime for the outside. And a leaf block to hang the chime from. I know I'm making so much progress on hunting for that cow. Hey now, it said pig increased luck, but there's no pig in here. Horse, squid, blaze, ocelot, bat, spider, cow, rabbit, wolf. pig doesn't exist. I guess I'll do that then. No luck totem for us. Now, where were we when last we saw cows? I think there were some kind of toward the south. And there were definitely some on our northeast journey, but that was quite a ways off. I don't mind all the free eggs from these chickens. They are very prolific. Look at me fussing about cows when I still don't have somewhere to put any cows. Do cobblestone walls still exist? They do. I don't have to make wooden fences. I see a cow on radar. It is among the chickens. Two cows. Well then, both of you are coming with me. This wheat is your incentive, and the lead is your compulsion. It's less than 200 meters over flat ground. Surely you can manage. Alright, here they are. First doesn't go in there. The next step is to get some walls ready. This always takes a deceptively large amount of wall. Doing this with the cows attached to my hip is gonna be a bit of an issue. Ah, perfect. Stay in the pen. It's a very small pen for a reason. Yeah, I want that back. Give me that. I'm gonna have to go make fence gate now. Light up some of my territory, which I still have not done. Weep the cows. And I'm making this wall double high because I have seen skeletons gleefully execute cows. Pretty much for no other reason than to irritate the player. Will you get your head out of this gap so I can put a wall in it? It's for your own safety. How about now? You, get away from there. Finally. Now we have a little cow fortress we can use to turn them into buffalo. In the morning. I guess that was zombie reinforcements, because they weren't there a moment ago. So the zombie reinforcements thing does happen in this version. And we made way too many walls. But Better to have than to not. Now about that buffalo dance. Is triggered with the drum and the wind chime. It uses the same amount of music that we just successfully used to infuse the flute. So all I should need to do is wind chime, drum. No? Drum, wind chime. I had it backwards. Also, that's a wild creeper. You need to go. We will not have you interrupting. Okay. Drum, wind chime. Drum, wind chime. There we go. Play the flute, smack the drum, make a whole bunch of noise. And 2 of our cows are now bigger. Why only 2 of the cows? Why not all 3? They're also slowly and inexorably gaining max health. Yeah, it's just 1 drum and a wind chime. I'll need to till these 2 blocks again. Move this. We have 14 bones. What else can we do? Drought ceremony ends rain. Medium music. Not medium little, medium. Rain dance. Oh, they require the rattle anyway, so I can't do it until I get fully grown buffalo. War dance. Grants speed and strength for a time. Double drum? Can I trigger that with just 1 drum, or do I need a second drum? Let's find out. It works with just 1 drum. That's speed 2 and strength 2 for actually kind of a significant length of time. And yeah, we're moving. that is some good buffs for basically free. I could definitely use that to dash out here and hunt some skeletons. It would help out with taking on Endermen, which we still need to find. Buffalo, still slowly getting bigger. So we need to get deeper into Neotech, which I left some gold grinding, and this can now be furnaced. We need some more silver, not a whole 16 silver because that's way too much power. We need redstone. Redstone is the big limiter here. What I'm working towards is the net launcher, which is going to require steel and ender pearls to make the mob nets. Not fun. Not fun at all. Also, I don't know what these stars are. They've never triggered the whole time I've played this pack. Yeah, with both the furnace and the crusher running, we are losing power. We're producing half the power necessary for both of those operations. Fortunately, the crusher is nearly done, so then we'll reach a break-even point, and maybe there'll be enough power to finish the furnace operation. I've got to get a new sword, too. This one's nearly done. I think it's time for Emergency Sword. A replacement for when this one inevitably breaks. Replacement pick at the ready. And torches. Kind of counting on finding more coal for torches as we go. We need more redstone. We also still have not yet found diamonds at all. Right. I was going to put a door here. Well, let's do that while we're in the area. Get the door. Get like 3 stair blocks. That should be enough. Excellent. And we already have more coal for future torches. Now it's just a matter of finding areas of the diggy depths we have not yet reached. Like this suspicious wood paneling, which has to be part of the mine shaft. Cobwebs are also a decent enough source of strain. If I were to cut those down. But I think they can also be harvested directly with shears. And I don't know if that would be in any way useful. Mineshaft spider, surprisingly normal spider. I don't recall. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I'm faintly remembering no. But I'm also usually spoiled with mods that allow me to choose my enchantments very carefully, so I may have been using Silk Touch at the time. Or it may have been a mod that specifically added that interaction. Okay, we rejoined one of our earlier expeditionaries. Fairly sure if I want redstone or diamonds, I need to be lower. Up here at Y32 just isn't gonna do it. Alright, fair enough. Witchery demands whole cobwebs for a lot of operations, so they also provide a special shears. They're designed for cobwebs, and that's 110 too, so that's a later version. Oh, we're over a ravine. I don't think it's the ravine that I've been seeing before. Uh-oh. Ow. I thought I could make that. I thought that was only a 1-block jump. My depth perception has failed me. The good news is we are now lower down. The bad news is we have to make some recovery efforts. More coal to feed our torches. Bats still don't pathfind around lava, the fools. Of course there'd be a creeper up there. Why not threaten me with exploding as soon as I get back up? Oh, you might as well come on over. Strange that I haven't seen a single minecart or cave spider spawner yet. I expected to run into at least one by now. There's also, of course, that very nearby Enderman noise. He would be a good kill if I could find him. This can also refill our stick supply. So down in the ravine didn't help at all. The mineshaft itself isn't helping at all. It's just full of zombies and bats. With enough skeletons and creepers that I have to watch my step. There's a minecart. Right, back to the minecart. I have filled up enough without looting that. Melon and pumpkin seeds are the only things of value in here. That and maybe the chest itself. Get one of these big square rooms that happen occasionally. These are never explained. This just kind of happens as part of mineshaft generation. There's no point to them. It's just a big square hole in the middle of the shaft. There's a mod that I'm going to have to check for. I don't remember whether or not I installed. If I did, then it'll make this whole hunt so much easier. If I didn't, then I am simply a fool. Well, the only way to solve this question will be to go back up to the surface. Unfortunately, I have little memory of which way the surface is, but it's definitely not through those witches. And creepers. And other nonsense. I'm also once again running out of torches, and there's way too much mineshaft left. Also running out of inventory space, which is worse. Partly because I have over a stack of lead. I am also down to emergency pickaxe. So no more pickaxing unless I find something incredibly valuable. And so far I am not finding it. Neither diamonds, nor redstone, nor exit. What was that? A witch. I even checked above me to make sure there was nowhere that a creature could fit. But there was. It deceived me. Now we are full. We have one single redstone to show for it. Lead pickaxe is not possible. Only the vanillas are available, and the electric, which I don't have the means to make. If I had thermal expansion, I could do it. But this is not a version that thermal expansion is on. Or I would definitely be using that instead of Neotech. Oh, hello. Give me your bones. I can't take your bones. I'm too full of not bones. There's another minecart with a single diamond in it. Well, that diamond is more valuable than bread, that's for sure. And the bone is more valuable than gunpowder. The minecart itself is useless. I think I'd rather have the gunpowder than a lot of other things here. If I combine my swords, then I have another slot to take the bread, because the bread is at least food. Still trying to find the way out. I may have to make a furnace and smelt some iron to make a replacement pickaxe to get out of here. But in order to do that, I need inventory space to manage the extra wooden planks to make a crafting bench to make even that furnace. Creeper! Give me your bones. We have another chest full of coal, bread, iron, and lapis. All things we can take. home is less than 100 meters away, but I can't reach it because there's rock in the way. Oh, we're getting to familiar territory at least. This is near where we first entered the mine shaft. And this tunnel will take us home. We win 1 diamond and 10 redstone. Now it's just a matter of remembering which tunnel goes home, and the answer is not this one. But the tunnel network is at least closer to home than the mine shaft. This way. Big room. Big room. We entered from this way. So there's the door, which was just sitting there the whole time waiting for me to notice. Useless stone, a bunch of ore, tin. Our tin is getting out of hand. One diamond. What can I do with 1 diamond? I could make a storage drawer controller. That would help organize some of this garbage. But on the whole, I don't think that would be a good investment. We now have pumpkin and melon available. Well, that goes here. Bread here. Bottles here. All my crystals were ripe. still need to get deeper into Neotech stuff. How are we doing on power? Made gold. That's still full. That surprises me. So we're going to need 2 advanced batteries made from 2 basic batteries. Which is still going to need silver. There's the silver. Basic battery 1, basic battery 2, advanced battery 1, which we can't auto do because they're not considered the same item anymore. Advanced battery 2. And I'll kind of keep this one in my pocket for now. Maybe make more of them while it's easy. Also empty out power from this battery because we'll lose all the power in it if we break it. Having a few more spare batteries kicking around can't hurt. The immediate problem with that is we don't have the lead. How are the buffalo doing? They... Whoa. I think they're done at 35 health and not growing anymore. They also don't really fit in there anymore. Time to use every part of the buffalo. We got 1 hide, 1 tooth. Fortunately, that's all we really need to make the jingle dress and the rattle. The meat we can cook. It does nothing besides be food. And this is almost drained. Good. Now that it's empty, we can put a stop to these various operations as soon as it's easy to do so. Break the basic storage. And improve it, which requires 2 lead. that is cooking. Here's our rattle. The sole purpose of the rattle is to be another instrument that can provide more music to the ceremonies. And that rattle might be enough to perform Zafkiel Waltz on its own. So we got basic storage, 2 lead, the 2 advanced batteries, and 4 gold. That gives us bigger battery. Bigger battery needs to be fed. While we're feeding bigger battery, we're going to need at least a couple more batteries. And these spares can just kind of hang around for now. But they will be needed in due time. I'm also kind of at the point where I'm thinking of mass charcoal production. But the important thing right now is to try the Zafkiel Waltz and see if we can get away with it. Flute, drum. None of these are ready to be harvested yet. Flute, drum, and go. We're still getting musical notes. Now we are getting nothing particles. So I gotta finish it with the rattle. Hopefully the rattle can do enough. There we go. And now we just hear ding 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 as everything grows to full size immediately. That's what this was all for. got a long duration too. So if I could replant quickly enough, then they would continue growing like crazy. But that is not what's on the docket right now. What we're going to do right now is rearrange this space to more efficiently take advantage of our rapid growth ritual. Now this specifically has to be regular stone. I mean, it doesn't have to be. I don't think growing more slowly makes a difference when we are forcing everything to grow this rapidly. We are, however, not too far from having some power problems. Alright, that is basically all stone all the time, except for this coal here randomly. which we want this anyway, so we can continue to feed our machines. Now, blue crystal. And what was it again? Flute drum? And it begins. If only I could collect them faster. And there we have it, the crystal growth chamber. Have all that ready to go. 21 ready, 10 yellow. We can definitely finish making our glassware now. Something's not right. I think I wasted a blue crystal by... Oh. It didn't go in too early. It just didn't go in at all. I don't know where it went, but not into the lava. That's 2 decanters. Material ready for 3. Material preparing for 4. That's decanter. Now we do it again for spiral. And that's it. That's our starting glassware. Technically, we can start pulling souls now. We just need to get the souls first, which is why I'm advancing down Neotech so quickly. Because that net gun is going to be necessary. What else are we missing for those steps? Because that's going to take steel. And to get to steel, we need, at minimum, the alloyer. Silver, iron tanks, bronze. Isn't bronze an alloy? How do I make bronze without the alloyer? For bronze dust, which is made from copper and tin dust. Okay, that's pretty doable. It's always more copper than tin. I always have more tin than copper. I could have taken the existing tin dust, of course. But when an opportunity arises to make my power supply system sad, I take it. Also just going to make some blue gems. I don't need them immediately, but I will. Oh god, I will. I don't even know how many. $18 is a decent enough number of them, for the time being. And our smooth stone is ready, which is also good. I keep calling it smooth stone. It's not. Smooth stone is something else. Smooth stone doesn't exist yet. Stone storage upgrade. Multi-storage. I forgot I had this. Vertical storage chests. Another fun, interesting storage types. That's still crushing sand. Except it's not, because I'm not jumping on it. Waiting on this to be ground up so I can do the bronze. Bronze dust, which now has to be cooked. Now, the electric alloyer specifically makes use of liquid metals. So I need one or more electric crucibles besides. The alloy requires 2 iron tanks, and the iron tanks are made with even more iron than nonsense. And this 21 iron is just not going to cut it. Let's also recognize the glass involved, which I also don't have, because I don't have sand. Normally, I'll have torn apart a desert by now. However, for a day 1 of working on Intangible, this has been a lot of progress. I know the base, such as it is still tiny and chintzy, with just 1 crystal grow room, a bed downstairs, chests. It's not much to look at, but it's functional. With that all being said and done, it's already 6 o'clock, and I have no idea, so it is time for me to be going. There will certainly be more of this tomorrow. Until then.